Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Powell River's Committee of the Whole meeting for April 15th, 2025. And I acknowledge we're holding this meeting on the traditional lands of our friends and neighbors, the Tla'amin Nation. Any changes or additions, deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, motion, do we need a motion to? Yeah, we do. Need a motion to?
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Okay, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Motion to go into closed meeting.
Yeah. I move that the committee move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 90 part 1, C, labor relations or other employee relations, E, the acquisition, disposition or expropriation of land or improvements if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality, I, the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, L, discussions with municipal officers and employees respecting municipal objectives, measures, and progress reports for the purposes of preparing an annual report under Section 98, Annual Municipal Report, and 90 Part 2, B, the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or the federal government or both and a third party.
Committee level.
To close.
Are we going upstairs?
Oh, we're going upstairs, yeah.
Yeah, because I've got to get a cup of coffee.
Well, it does. Can't tell. I'll press the spot.
Sometimes mine will actually wake up to the.
I guess
Sure.
Helps me keep my brain. And actually. Get them again and. Doesn't all land. Really. This, okay.
I just got double A's. All I have here.
Do you want to stand? Do you want to stand or? So it's just. That.
Okay. Oh.
Am I ever getting through this book fast? Yeah, we gotta go. 3:30.
Yeah.
3:30, but 12:30? Yeah.
Time to go.
Yeah, what?
Somebody forgot to change the battery. Okay, where's Earl?
Well, we've got a quorum.
Call it to order and they'll catch up.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City of Fall River Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, April 15 at 3:31 actually now. I acknowledge that we're holding this meeting on the traditional territories of our friends and neighbors, the Tla'amin Nation. So we're to item 6 on the agenda, public input period. This is where members of the public have an opportunity to provide comment for a maximum of 2 minutes on items, the following items: legislative matters, committee recommendations and new business, such as they are on this agenda. Do we have anyone from the public who wishes to address council for 2 minutes?
It's Catherine Yorlofson. I have a feeling.
Point of privilege.
I'm not allowed.
Point of privilege. I'm sorry. I'm distracted. I can't hear the speaker with the chatting in the audience. Oh, I see.
Probably won't be long because I have a feeling I cannot ask this question. So, I sent a letter about having this date longer for this beach gardens. The first thing, am I allowed to speak about that?
It's not on our agenda today, but you can certainly, you did write to us, and I'm hoping we're going to get an answer back to you to that letter.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone. We're on to item 7.1, delegation. Maddy, whoops, from Food Cycle Science regarding Food Cycler Municipal Pilot Program. Hello, Maddy.
Hi, can you hear me
Welcome.
okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen to my presentation. Just give me a second here to pull it up. Okay. It's loading on my side. Can you see that?
We're still seeing you.
Okay, that's...
I think it's that
No presentation quite yet.
Okay.
Looks like it's coming up.
Okay.
Yep.
Here it is.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council and staff. Thank you for having me. My name is Maddy From. I am the Municipal Partnerships Representative at Food Cycle Science, and I'm here this afternoon to discuss a food waste program for the city of Powell River. Before I dive into my presentation, I do want to add that I'm aware that your community recently started a green bin program, and that's fantastic. The program I'm talking about today would just be a complement to this existing program because it makes food waste easier to manage and gets rid of the ick factor that's typically found with a green bin program. So Food Cycle Science is a Canadian company. We're based out of Ottawa, and we're 100% focused on food waste diversion solutions. And we do that by using our innovative technology called the Food Cycler. So our in-home food waste recycler is sold direct to consumers, to businesses, and to municipalities like yours through our Food Cycler Municipal Solutions division. We have partnered with over 150 Canadian municipalities in 9 provinces and 2 territories. You'll find us in rural and remote areas and highly populated cities, and in BC we have 10 partners. So here is our solution. We've proposed it's a different way to manage our food waste. Essentially, we've built a small kitchen appliance, roughly the same size as an air fryer. It's very straightforward to use. You put your food waste into the machine, you push a button, and then in a matter of hours, you're left with a dry, sterile, odorless, and nutrient-rich soil amendment. It handles all types of food waste, so it'll grind up your meat, poultry, fish, dairy, most bones and pits. The machine can be used anywhere with a plug. Most people will keep it in their kitchen for convenience, but you could put it in a basement or a heated garage. Each cycle takes about 4 to 8 hours to complete, so an overnight cycle, and it uses about 1 kilowatt hour of power. So that's the equivalent of about 11 cents. It comes with a refillable carbon filter to eliminate smells that occur during the process, and then the resulting soil amendment has many beneficial uses, and it's essentially just your food waste that's been reduced in volume up to 90%. Yeah, and because it's a sterile and dry soil amendment, it'll store indefinitely. So what are the uses to the foodalizer? Well, most people will use it to fertilize their garden soil right at home, but it can be added into any composting system. So backyard composters, a leaf and yard waste system, a compost site, you could drop it off at a local farmer, community garden, but in your community, most likely residents would just be putting it into their green bin. So our pilot programs, as I mentioned, we are in over 150 communities across Canada. This is a few of the results. It's a snapshot from a few of those results of the pilot programs. So it's been overwhelmingly positive. We're able to achieve a 98% participation rate. We have a user experience rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars, and we're seeing a significant amount of net new waste diversion. So about 300 kilograms per household per year is being diverted with the use of a food cycler. This is our pilot program. So it's a 12-week pilot phase to test the solution in your community. Residents purchase a food cycler at a subsidized rate from the municipality. They use the unit, they track the number of cycles that they've ran each week. At the end, residents keep their food cycler. All we ask is they complete a brief survey so we can evaluate the program's success. And then the final results are presented to you in a final report or a feasibility study so that you can assess the program and use that data to support future waste management decision making. We would also present a plan to expand the program in your community and add more households if that's something you're interested in, and we would work with you to determine what that would look like for your community. So as I mentioned, it's a subsidy model that we run this pilot program with. So how it works is Food Cycle Science, we reduce the retail price by 50%. We then ask that the municipality subsidize the units by $100. And then the residents who want to participate, they pay the remaining amount. So our Eco 3, which is our smaller unit, ends up being $200. And an Eco 5, it's a bigger unit, it's $300. And then keep in mind at the end of the program, this is theirs to keep and keep using. So here I have some pilot size recommendations for your community. I would recommend about 150 households. This would be enough data to support any future waste management decision making with the food cycler. And so since the is $100, a program of 150 households would be an investment of only $15,000 plus the cost of shipping and taxes. But this is just a recommendation. If there's interest in piloting with us, we can figure out a pilot scope that's better for your needs and your budget. So lastly, here are some reasons that may resonate with you as you consider whether you should pilot with us. The first is you have the opportunity to trial this technology at well below market rates. The next is that you're going to be able to see some immediate and impactful benefits like increased green bin participation, which will lead to reduced greenhouse gas emissions. But overall, you're able to provide your constituents with a low-cost municipal service while being a steward for the environment. So I welcome the City of Powell River as a partner in the fight against food waste, as I believe your community would be a great fit for the benefits of this program. Today, all I ask is you receive my presentation as information, and should there be interest in partnering with us on a pilot program, that you refer to staff for a report and recommendation. So thank you so much for your time. I'm prepared to answer questions, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much, Maddy. We've got some questions from Council. Mayor?
In any of the communities that you've been partnering with, has there ever been a block party initiative where 4, 5, 6, 7 houses agreed, work together?
Thank you for the question. This hasn't happened in any of the communities that we've partnered with, but if I'm understanding correctly, you're thinking, maybe explain that question a little bit further. Like, would people just share one? Is that what you're thinking? Or
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so no, that hasn't happened. So the units are about, the Eco 3 holds 3.5 liters of food waste and the Eco 5 holds 5 liters of food waste. So they really are designed for just a one family situation. But a sharing method would work if people were interested in trialing the technology. But really, once you use it, it fits well into your everyday life. I don't think you're going to want to share.
Thank you.
That's really it.
2 questions. First question is whether you've approached the regional district with your pilot concept. Second question is, because it's dried and so forth, what's the weight difference between waste that does not go through your unit and waste that does?
Thank you for your questions. So I haven't approached the regional district yet. We always like to start with the smaller communities to see if there is interest, and then with that knowledge, go to the regional district. And then in terms of the weight, so 1 bucket of food waste, so it'll take, let's say you're using the Eco 5, which is 5 liters of food waste, that will reduce in volume up to 90%, leaving you with, it's about 100 to 200 grams of the soil amendment. So it's a significant reduction in the volume.
Thank you. Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to start off by saying actually 2 years ago, I had a chance to attend the FCM conference in Toronto, and I met one of Maddy's either current or former colleague, Mr. Hanlon, who reached out to me on multiple occasions after that conference. And so I'm glad to see that Food Cycle has had a chance to come over here, as the last conversation I had with him was to just present to council and see where it goes. I am curious on a couple things with the pilot project. Is the municipal discount that you've listed here of 50% less, is that only covered in the pilot project of the first handful of homes, and then after that is no more, or how does that work out?
Thank you for your question. And it's great to hear that you talked to Jacob. He is still with us and he's my manager now. But yeah, so the 50% discount that we offer is exclusive to our municipal programs, and that stays throughout. So let's say you did the pilot program and then later decided you wanted to fully subsidize the units for your municipality or for your residents. We still offer that 50% discount. And then we would look into other services. So there might be an additional cost here or there for, let's say, extended warranties or something like that, but the 50% discount on the units will remain.
Follow up. And secondly, in terms of getting those initial pilots to residents, does Food Cycle help in any way in terms of marketing, either A, in terms of material to use in such a marketing plan, and B, even in terms of cost? Because it's one thing to budget in 10,000 for 100 units into a budget, but then to market that so that you've got 100 units going out the door as well. I'm just curious how that fits into the pilot.
Thank you for the question. So we do work really closely with staff and we provide as much support as we can throughout the pilot project. So we provide all of the marketing materials that can be posted on social media. We do just need staff's help to post those materials because we don't have access, but we will provide them. We can help create a schedule on posting to get the word out and make sure that we're exploring all proper avenues. Yeah, so we do what we can, and then after the resident sign up portion, that's when we can take over. And if there is any questions from residents, we want those to be directed to us so that staff time isn't impacted. But in terms of cost for this, we just need some time from staff on the program, and that cost would be taken on by the municipality in terms of staff time, but there's no additional costs.
Thank you. And then lastly, would the municipality be investing in the full 100 or so units for the pilot, or are they ordered directly through Food Cycle and shipped out individually as residents sign up?
So that's a great question. Thank you for it. There's a few different options. Typically, we do have them shipped in bulk, so there is that initial investment, but we do our resident registration before. So you should have a full list and know that all of these units are going to be sold and taken. In some communities where you can't have a bulk shipment arrive for space reasons or whatever it may be, we are able to direct ship to residents. And then that shipping cost, we would factor it in, and the shipping cost is taken on by the municipality.
I have a question for you. I'll get back to you in a second, Councillor Elliott. I've been, solid waste has been an interest of mine and particularly reducing our waste stream, because it's very expensive for us as an isolated community to ship all of our solid waste out of here. And up until very recently anyway, about 40% by weight has been organic. So there's been a big focus for a long time, at least a decade, to reduce our organics. And you did mention, you were aware that we have a curbside pickup, which I was very happy to see us adopt. I think my suspicion is that you're calling us from outside of British Columbia. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct. I'm in Ontario.
Okay. Well, then I do have a piece of information for you that would probably be of interest to you, and that is that in BC, the jurisdiction for solid waste management is the regional districts. So the city works here. We're the one municipality within our regional district, and we work fairly closely, quite closely actually, because the city's population, our city's population, is 2/3 of the population of the regional district, but the jurisdiction is in the regional district. So I think it might be worth your while to make a contact with our regional district government, Cathet Regional District. I'd love to see this go forward if there was enough local support. You're not going to get my compost, or we have a very effective system in my house, and nobody's getting our compost except our garden. And I think that's the case with others, but I think we do have. I think it's possible that there would be population here who would buy into your system, especially with at the price point that particularly the smaller one, which would probably look after, as you say, a normal household. I don't see any senior governments listed as being your partners. That would be my only question. Do you have any senior government or government agencies supporting your program?
Thank you for the question, and thank you so much for the context. I will be contacting the regional district after this, knowing that we have some interest from your community. So in terms of higher level government support, we did receive quite a large grant from the Government of Canada a few years ago to run this program, and that's what really kicked it off. We have since, used up that money, and that's where the pilot program is where it is today. We decided to do it without additional funding, but we do I can't remember the full acronym, but it's called CFIN. They support us, and we do have a few more government entities that are interested in what we're doing, and we work with them closely, but the names aren't coming to the top of my head. I'll have to send those to you after this.
No, that's okay. It's just encouraging to know that you do have that kind of partnership, and it's not a surprise. This is a challenge all across our country, I'm sure. So I really appreciate what you presented to us. I don't see any more questions. Councillor Elliott, I do see another question.
So one of my questions is whether you're aware of any grants that municipalities can access to participate in your pilot. And I have another question after that.
Okay, thank you so much. So right now, I'm not aware of any grants that are applicable. We do have a government relations team that keeps a finger on the pulse of grants that are floating around. And if there is one that you find, we're always happy to work on that grant with you. But yeah, right now we don't have any that I'm aware of, at least.
Then the other question I have is, the units that are sold, what's the life expectancy of when you need to replace those?
Thank you. It's a great question. So the life expectancy is about 7 to 10 years, but we've built them in a modular way so that if a part does break or needs to be fixed, we're able to take it apart and fix it so that we can make sure that that unit keeps going on and being used. At the end of its lifespan, when we fix it as much as possible, what we do is partner with e-waste facilities in the region and make sure that they can properly recycle it.
Okay. And then is there warranty with it?
Thank you for the question. So we do have a standard 1-year warranty with the in our pilot programs, but there's the option to purchase an additional extended warranty if that was of interest.
Thank you.
So if you present to our regional district board, you'll see two of us again at it. And I'm looking forward to maybe seeing if that leads us to some further possible business with you. Thank you so much for presenting to us today. We're definitely interested in your topic.
Thank you so much for having me. I enjoyed the conversation, and I hope you have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. 7-2, Delegation, Chloe Smith and Rachel Harriman, James Thomson, Parent Advisory Committee regarding road and bus safety concerns.
You'll have to speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us. We are here today to discuss, as the chair just said, about road and bus safety in Powell River.
Feel free to move that where it works for you.
Yeah. You will need to speak into it though, so people listening online and our recording can capture your audio.
That looks like a PDF, Greg, so I don't know if it just needs to scroll down from page to page.
We would like to start with a territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge the traditional territory of the Tlallam Nation.
So my name is Chloe Smith and this is Rachel Harriman, and we are part of the James Thomson Parental Advisory Committee. Our role as PAC members is to ensure the safety of the children attending schools in the Cathet School District 47 within the city of Powell River. We're here to advocate on their behalf, and this presentation will provide some background. We will outline our concerns, and then we do have an ask of council at the end to ensure that the roads are safe for children in our city.
The points on this slide give you a background of the efforts made in order to address the safety of our children on our roads. Oh, there. Town Site Ratepayers Association letter to the SD 47 regarding speeding of school bus 30 kilometers an hour zone on the new Maple Street project. And then the JET parents email to SD 47 regarding concern of safety of school bus stop on Poplar Street. It's on an active logging road adjacent to the complicated 5-way intersection, stopping on a blind hill. And then the SD 47 changed the route of bus number 7 from Maple to the Marine Drive, and the bus stop from Poplar to Ash without consultation or communication to the JT PAC. Changes created further safety concerns. The JT PAC's letter requesting rationale and information for the above changes in the route and bus stop location. And then the SD 47 responded outlining that the road safety is within the jurisdiction of the city of Powell River. The last point really highlights why we are in front of you today to now ask for the city of Powell River's support, given you hold jurisdiction over our local infrastructure, including the roads.
This slide presents our concerns. The change in the bus stop location to Ash Avenue poses pedestrian crossing challenges at 2 complicated intersections. One is a 3-way stop at Ash and Poplar, and one is a 5-way intersection at Poplar Street and the avenues of Aspen, Willow, and Lombardy. The children are now crossing an official active logging route twice a day across either one of these 2 intersections. The change in the bus route from Maple to Marine Avenue now no longer utilizes the Safer Streets improvement of reduced speed to 30 kilometers per hour. And the lack of coordination and communication between Cathet School District 47 and the City of Powell River to review and collaborate on addressing road safety opportunities and establishing safe bus routes and stops. Those are our concerns.
The city has already demonstrated leadership in making road safety improvements in the past. We will share a few examples of this. The three-way stop, the painted crosswalk, and the Bullard intersection to slow down vehicles. The Vision Zero grant you received created the recent three-way stop. Oh, sorry, I messed this up. And this is all in front of the Henderson Elementary, and they have made a huge difference in the safety of the students getting to and from the school.
The Maple Sycamore Safer Streets project included a speed reduction to 30 kilometers per hour along Maple and Sycamore, and the intersection upgrades that improved road safety in the town site to effectively calm traffic. These improvements have made it safe for the residents of town site.
These are more specific elements of the Maple and Sycamore Safer Street projects. Drop downs to crossings, added crosswalks, 30 kilometers an hour speed limit, cycling route, curb extensions to increase visibility of pedestrians.
This before and after imagery provides a clear improvement in visibility for pedestrians and slowing down traffic. The extended curbs force vehicles to slow down as they enter this intersection, and the stop sign is also now more visible, which makes it safer for any pedestrians that attempt to cross the intersection.
These are the requests we have for you. To ask the city's commitment to address road safety specifically for our children going to and from schools in Powell River. To request that communication and collaboration is fostered between the City of Powell River and the Cathette School District regarding all modes of travel for children to schools: bus, motor vehicle, bike, scooter, skateboarding, and walking.
Specifically, we hope you will consider putting forward this motion for approval. To request that the City of Powell River conduct a road safety review and assessment regarding school bus routes and bus stop safety, specifically the school bus number 7 route through the town site, including the three-way stop intersection, five-way intersection, and active logging road, and the location of the bus stop at Henderson Park.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and attention. We hope you will support our efforts to make it safer for these children. We are happy to address any questions you have of us.
Thank you. Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for coming and presenting. I'm sure a lot of council will have questions, and the first thought I had as I was preparing for the meeting is I don't know if this is a council matter, to be honest, but staff might tell me otherwise, and I'm always up for being corrected where I'm wrong. There's a couple questions I had, though, based on the information that you provided. The letter from, and so I've got a couple questions, Chair. The letter from Townsite ratepayers came out in December, and based on the wording, I'm assuming that up until that point, the school bus was traveling along Maple for the first few months of the year. Okay, and then after that letter, based on your feedback to us, it would appear that the school district changed the route from Maple to Marine. Okay, so far I'm with you there. And then I didn't, on the list of stops that you gave, I didn't see a stop between Henderson and JT except for at Henderson Park. Is there any stops along Marine at all?
There is not. So the two things that happened in December and January were a complaint from the Townsite Ratepayers Association to the Transportation Department of SD 47, complaining that a bus driver was not respecting the 30-kilometer speed zone, and a parent complaining that the stop on Poplar in front of the dog park was on a blind hill and was unsafe for children. And so that stop was moved to Ash Avenue, which now means that the children have to cross the active logging road to get onto the bus and off of the bus. And also the bus was rerouted from Maple to Marine. Okay. And to address your first question, in our attempts to clarify why the Safe Street improvement was not used for the bus, the school district directed us to council, saying that road safety is a city issue.
Sure. Yeah. And then prior to this year, since the Safe Streets or Maple Sycamore project just opened up in September, where was that bus stop before it was on at Henderson Park?
So the bus left Henderson School, traveled down Maple, up Aspen to Poplar, and then stopped on Poplar. Went down to Arbutus, and then on the way home came up Arbutus to Poplar and stopped again on Poplar. And the issue with that is that it was stopping on a blind tail, and also that it was right after that 5-way intersection.
Was that the stop last year as well?
Yes.
Well, now I see that it moved to the other side. I was just curious because you mentioned the 5-way stop, and then I wasn't sure exactly where it was, but now that provides some context. So it sounds to me that the school board responded to the ratepayers, and instead of just telling the bus driver to drive 30 kilometers an hour on Maple, they just redirected the bus to a different road.
That's what it seems like to us.
So, yeah, I don't know if a study's needed. The school bus needs just either just allot 2 more minutes of drive time to get the bus to drive 30 kilometers an hour. I don't know. Anyways, thank you.
Councillor Elliott, Doubt, and Isakson.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming here. So while general safety in our streets is definitely our jurisdiction, the routes and stops of the school bus are not. So we don't choose those. The school district chooses those. I would have hoped the upgrading of Maple would have provided opportunities to move bus stops to Maple, maybe even in similar spots as the city bus, to take advantage of the safer Maple Street. My question, I guess, is have you considered putting specific requests about where you would like the route and stops to be, as opposed to just saying where you do not want them to be? And I ask that question because maybe you would have better results that way.
Yes, we have. And it has led us to make a formal complaint about the process and not having been involved and where the new bus stop is now. And the response has been road safety is a city issue.
Except for where the bus stops is not. But anyway, so if the school district is concerned about road safety at a particular stop, they are welcome to ask for better signage or whatever that might help that spot. But the choosing of where their bus stops is entirely up to the school district, and we don't have a role in that as far as I understand. I wanted to ask staff because I seen in the paperwork somewhere that there was some sort of initiative to remove buses from Maple, and I'd never heard that before. Do we know what that's about?
Through the chair, I don't, but I can find out. We don't have representation from the transportation department with us. However, I'm just wondering through the chair if I might help refocus where the city does have a role in this. And that is around intersection, functioning, safety. So there's a relationship to what the delegation is saying with regard to how we analyze safety. And through the chair, you're correct, Councillor Elliott, that the school district does do its own assessment of where stops happen. But there is perhaps some opportunity and reflection on, as part of our Safe Streets approach, in seeing if we can look at the role we do have in this.
So telling them where they can't have them.
Through the chair, it might be looking at where we have made improvements and it's working well, where there are other things highlighted by the delegation that may pose problems for everybody, school users, other users. And so there's 2 pieces. One is three pieces. One where school buses stop and their routes. Another where city buses stop and their routes. And then third is what our street infrastructure looks like in terms of where we place, I'm going to call it street furniture, it's the wrong thing, stop signs and things like that. Through the chair, if I might look at the delegation, see if I've sort of summed it up.
So SD 47's reaction was to take the bus off Maple Street. The French school still uses Maple Street for their buses. Like you said, the city bus is still on that street. And that's why we put all that money in to that street, so we could use it.
And our main concern is the safety of the children who are currently crossing an active logging road at a blind 5-way intersection and an illegal 3-way stop twice a day. So our concern is safety. Where the bus stop is fine, but we are asking that those roads be examined for the level of safety that they provide for all of Powell River, but specifically we are here advocating for our children.
This is not the first time that consideration has even come to this table. I don't think in the past couple of years, but this sounds like a failure of communication to me and a failure of doing, having a simple and reasonable solution. Councillor Dowd.
Thank you. Well, thanks for coming, talking to us. I understand what you're saying because the original bus stop was always happening on Poplar Street, right beside the park sign, slow to 30 kilometers an hour. People come barreling down the road from Cranberry, going 60 to 80, maybe faster in kilometers per hour, and they come across the school bus. I don't get up early in the morning to see the school bus there picking up students in the morning, but I assume that they did. I've seen them many times dropping off kids there and parents coming to pick up their kids because I think they're concerned about walking, as you say in your letter, across the complicated intersections that are there and with the logging trucks that are coming and looking at the risk. I understand why you're here because you've talked to the school board and they responded to you that street safety is a city issue. And while street safety is a city issue, school bus routes aren't. I think what isn't happening here is there isn't an opportunity for the city works people and the people who are in charge of road safety at the city actually sit down with you guys and the school board and talk about an appropriate bus route. Now, I don't think this is a solution that's going to be solved by one person saying it's the other person's problem and never getting together. I don't see it in your motion here, but I think there's a real need for the city and the parents and the school district to get together and talk about how to do it. Because I know that moving the school bus stop from where it was up into the other side of the park still leaves the same situation with the kids crossing the complicated intersections to get to where they want to be. And I too was hoping that the Maple Street changes with the traffic calming and the slowing of the speed limits would give a better solution to that. But I think the solution isn't in one side demanding that the other side do something, but collaboration between the three parts: the parents group, city, and the school district staff. So.
Through the chair, we would welcome that.
So I would put forward that since this is not exactly jurisdiction of the city, it becomes more of a diplomatic or a political issue, if you will. Consequently, I'm not sure that this is responsibility of a manager and may well be responsibility of mayor or a delegated councillor, but I see the CAO wants to weigh in on this.
Through the chair, there's a couple pieces where I think we do have an opportunity as a city. One is definitely shared conversations. Another is there's an aspect around bus stops that could potentially be moved or could be made safer if the streets were and intersections were looked at differently and behaviors were influenced. One thing that Director Gao has pointed out to me is that we may be able to access ICBC money to explore those intersections. So it's a component of the ask here, and I just want to acknowledge that there's a piece that we do see could be delegated to staff to follow up through our sustainability road safety piece. I've actually checked with Director Gao that we might have the capacity to pursue this. And so through the chair, I just want to say it's part of some overall direction you've given us, a part of reassessing how what we've done has worked, and having those collaborative conversations would be a piece of that. So I just wanted to suggest that. And Director Gao, I don't know if you would like to add anything through the chair, if I might invite him into the conversation.
Thank you, CEO, and through the chair. I think the CIO's addressed the opportunity here. I think really the focus for the city should be looking at those intersections, because beyond just being safe for school-age children, it's also safe for all users of our community. Keep in mind that Henderson Park is on the far side of those intersections for the vast majority of town sites. So anybody using Henderson Park to walk their dog or enjoy the playground that's there is also navigating a very challenging 5-way intersection, or a one-of-a-kind 3-way stop intersection. Doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. It's a challenging intersection for pedestrians to navigate, and it would be an opportunity for the city through potentially the use of ICBC money to look at whether there's an opportunity to create a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isakson.
Thank you. One comment and a question. One is, just so that you know, in the work that you do, Marine Avenue is actually a provincial highway, so that adds a whole other level of complication. So in your work, it is more within our control and our ability to work together in a timely manner if it doesn't involve the province, and therefore staying on Maple Street. So just an FYI for you. We don't have authority over improvements to that in any short-term manner. The other question, I totally lost it. One question for staff is this request part of ongoing work that has already been delegated by council, or a part of a master planning process, or is this distinct and above and beyond and requires a separate motion to council?
Through the chair, if I can ask for some assistance from Director Gao. To my knowledge, this is something that we have flagged in terms of a road strategy that has yet to be implemented. So Director Gao, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we would need specific direction. Can you help me out? Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Specific direction would be ideal.
I have a question, and that is, as I understand it, the original route for the school bus coming from the south was to go up Maple and then proceed down Ash and head up to James Thomson. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, it went down Maple, up Aspen to the awkward 5-way intersection and onto Poplar where the bus stop was. And then down Poplar to Arbutus.
Right. So I don't expect that there's an answer to this question in this room, but I can't see why that couldn't happen and proceed from Aspen, right up Aspen, across Poplar, and then loop back down instead of doing the alternative. That would be a, I see your hand. Thank you, Councillor Doubt. That would, as I see it, solve the problem of any children needing to cross Poplar. Has that question been presented to the school district?
Yes, the decision to move the bus stop was done without consultation to PAC. And when we did query why the decision was made, we were told that there was an off-cycle review done. And when we asked to see the off-cycle review, we were told that private citizens are not privy to that information. And when we said we're not private citizens, we are the legal guardians of the children that are in your care, and therefore we are stakeholders, we were told you cannot see this. And then we made a formal complaint, and we were again told that's it, that's all. That's
pretty clear. Thank you. And it seems like further communication needs to happen. That is not going to happen right now in this room. I think that probably that can happen either and involve the city to the degree that it needs to. And Councillor Doubt is on the speaking list. Councillor Doubt.
A simple question for staff. Is staff able, the CAO and Director Gao, communicate with the parents in the PAC and with school district? What do you say? Keep forgetting the number of the school district. So those three groups, the city, the parents, and the school district, can they get together to talk about a solution to this? Or does council need to make a motion to direct staff to do that?
Through the chair, one thing that I think would be helpful is, because traffic safety studies are beyond the full expertise of our team, that I'm just going to send Ms. Walls and Mr. Gao and Mr. Stevens a draft, very rough resolution that would help give us some direction to seek funding to do a proper evaluation. Conversations, of course, can happen, but I do think that having information around what the options are to improve the things that we have authority over, with engagement with the school district, the ratepayers, the PAC, it's part of the school district, would be prudent. And Mr. Gao has indicated that our sustainability planner has the ability to help stick handle both going with the grants, working internally across departments, and working with our various entities. And through the chair, we do have a good relationship with the school district superintendent, the interim one. And so we've actually had some initial conversations about this, and I don't see why that couldn't continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a follow-up, I think my question was fairly simple. Was it possible for staff and the school district and the parents to get together and have a conversation about what a reasonable solution is? Your answer contained a whole bunch of traffic studies and applications for funding and other things that weren't part of my question. After the discussion, that might be necessary, but my question was, is it possible for city staff to talk to the school district staff and these parents to see if a solution can be found?
Through the chair, yes. However, I will give the caveat that council might want to consider we won't have all of the solutions without additional resources and study. Thank you.
Councillor Meda.
Thank you, Chair. The questions, ladies, I think too. Seeing as there's only one stop in town site and it's located at Henderson Park, I'm curious, A, if you know roughly how many students are picked up at that stop, and B, the fact that it's located near Henderson Park, is it safe to assume that most or all of those kids are living on the north end of Poplar versus on the south end? I'm just trying to get an idea how many are actually crossing Poplar to get to the bus stop.
So the one at the Henderson School, if I'm correct, I think it has 5 kids. And then the one that's down at Henderson Park has 7 kids. And 6 of those kids would live on the south side of Poplar, and 1 lives on the north side.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Isakson.
Thank you. So I think we're getting into the nitty-gritty. It's not our job to solve where the bus stops are, but I think it is our job to direct staff either to pursue opportunities for funding. But my interest at this point is not to pursue opportunities for funding, but to start to help facilitate a conversation, because I think this is an issue of communication breakdown. So I move to direct staff. Oh, there was a draft motion, but it may not be what I was interested in. I think to direct staff to engage the school district and JTPAC leadership in exploring possible paths forwards for safety for students. My intention with that motion is just to be a facilitator of conversation, and if, depending on what the options are and whose jurisdictions they are, there may be something that comes back to council, but that's the conversation is what I see needing to happen first. And I think that's in line with what Councillor Doubt was hoping for, perhaps.
Seconder.
Don't need it.
Okay, discussion, and I'm going to start that. Was this consistent with what you were suggesting, CAO?
Through the chair, I was just thinking of expediting getting funding to lead towards the solutions, but I think this is a great first start. Thank you.
I think it is a good start, and it is probably where we need to start. I don't think we need to assume that this study that requires funding is necessarily where we need to go. So I'm in support of starting here rather than presupposing what it is we need to do. There may be a simpler path forward.
Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm all in favor of getting this conversation started. My question to staff is, does staff feel that it would be beneficial to have a council liaison involved with this conversation or not? Which I'm fine either way.
Through the chair, and Director Gal, feel free to join in. I think once council's involved, we'll then have a school board member involved. Through the chair, if you'd like to let us start off, we have your blessing and direction, and I think that would keep us nimble. Thank you.
Awesome. And keeping it simple, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us, Chair.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to a question I had before that I didn't get quite an answer to, and I've been trying to figure out from all of the information here. Does the city have the ability to map out where bus stops are and are not safe rather than changing streets to make it safe? Can we just say this zone here is not safe for bus stops and require people respect that when they're making their bus routes? And I guess that's my question.
Through the chair, I'm not an expert in this particular matter. I would think we would be relying on external expertise to determine whether it's a bus stop location versus an infrastructure location and routes. Mr. Gao, I'm not sure your experience on this through your team with the Maple Sycamore Streets.
Through the chair, no, nothing further for me to add.
So I'm not sure that answers my question, though. Do we have the authority to prohibit bus stops in certain areas within our streets?
Through the chair, I believe we do, where it's a city road right away. And I can verify that. That does seem like that would be within our authority. Thank you.
Thanks.
Rachel.
To add to that, I think that would also, if you involve the parents, because there's other bus stops that people had concern about. Just for example, there's one that stops across from the library where the kids are cutting across Joyce Ave, but we didn't come with that today. We came with this one.
I think this may lead farther than this is a good start. Feels like to me. Great. Thank you so much. Okay, consent agenda, which does anyone wish to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Oh, no.
Seeing none, motion to
move the consent agenda.
All in favor?
Oops.
Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're on to new business. Intergovernmental Relations Protocol Working Group. I imagine that would be Councillor Isakson.
Yes, thank you. I just report the agreed upon meeting summary that Executive Council Member Galligos and myself have been appointed as co-chairs of the working group, and that there is a potential for an update by Tla'amin Nation to Pell River City Council on the future of the mill site in May. To expand on that, the previous update was that there would be a potential of an update on the future of the mill site last fall, but obviously a lot happened for Tla'amin Nation last fall in pursuing the mill site, and so I'm hopeful that that we can make this happen for May.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from Council? Seeing none, on to 12.2, Council Policy Framework. Interim Corporate Officer, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you. So today we're here to introduce the Council Policy Framework. This follows from direction from Council on February 6th, where there were some Council policies brought forward for amendment, and the suggestion was to look at them more holistically and in with like policies together. And so this is sort of kicking that off should Council wish to take that route. And so just saying, so a review of policies would help Council sort of maintain, like reintroduce you to your policies to make sure you're familiar with them, making sure that they're current and relevant. And the other advantage would be your recent switch from the portfolio governance model to the one employee governance model, all these policies were introduced under the previous governance model and may not be necessary as council policies under your one employee model. So that'd be another lens to look through this. So what is a council policy? So in a municipality like Powell River, you'll have different types of policies. We're looking at council policies, which are the characteristics of they're within your jurisdiction. They convey a common understanding of council direction. They provide consistency with decision making. They relate to your programs and activities and services and responsive to local issues. This would be different from, say, corporate policies that might be more HR or communications related, departmental policies that might be unique to a specific department, or operational guidelines, which might be, say, bylaw enforcement might have operational guidelines on how to approach certain types of complaints for a consistency purpose. We're talking today about council policies. So the report introduces a new council policy framework. That is proposed that the council policies would be redrafted in that new framework, and that recommend that the policies be grouped together and brought forward to you to future committee of the whole meetings. This could be done at meetings where maybe there's not as many items on the agenda to give you some time, and the committee of the whole format lends itself to good policy discussions among council. Currently, there are 84 council policies, 75 of which are posted on the city website. So as I've to sum up, staff proposed that the policies be brought forward, grouped in subject matter, and following a review, there'd be a recommendation that either the policy be updated to reflect current legislation, bylaws, city business practices, or rescind a council policy but reintroduce it as a departmental or corporate policy, or to rescind the council policy altogether because it's now obsolete. And so that's the recommendation, Chair, that the Committee of the Whole recommends Council Policy 273, Council Policy Framework, be forwarded to a future council meeting for adoption.
Thank you. Councillor Doug.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up. I think it's an important thing to do, and just about every one of us at the table has said before that we want to address the policy that we've got many of. A lot of people have never seen them or know what they're about, and having them make sense and updating them makes a lot of sense too. My only concern is we've got 84 policies there. I understand where this idea came from because Councillor Palman made a motion to deal with what we do when a person leaves the city employment. I'm not sure that that's the first priority that I would think is the most important policy to review. And reviewing those 84 policies, I'd like to do that in some kind of priority manner and not for that to take priority over the other things we've asked staff to do. Like we have asked, council has asked before to have a tracking process where council has made motions to do things, and council would like to have a tracking system to keep track of all those motions that have passed but haven't been addressed yet. So a bunch of things. So I'm just wondering about what order those 84 policies would be addressed in and what priority that would take as far as staff work over before other things or after other things. Because I don't want staff to be focused entirely on trying to review those 84 policies, because that could take us 4 years to do.
Yeah, what's envisioned is that these are grouped together by like subject matters. Some will lend themselves more easily than others to a quicker review. This is also a learning opportunity for people in the administration group to do this work as part of career development and things like that. And also that some policies going through them all are quite easily with the recommendation are these should be corporate policies as opposed to council policies. So some could be done quite easily. In particular, some of the HR ones would be more appropriate as corporate HR policies as opposed to council policies. You know, council policy might be make sure there's an employee recognition program. That's the direction from council at a high level. The details are done that at the corporate level with you having oversight through a budget process as to how much money you allocate for employee recognition. So that would be just a very high level example of how this would work. And so if council wants us to, we can certainly bring the groupings forward. And if you wish to prioritize them, this is something not going to take work away or stop other work being done. This would be something that you can work on, and then we can bring forward to council as your agendas allow that, because this wouldn't be the priority. You have, as I said, if you have a committee of the whole meeting that's a bit light, it's a perfect to throw on a report. We'd have a bunch of them in the hopper, so to speak, and when those meetings come up, then we'd throw one or two on for council to consider.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. My question and comment is maybe some definition around what is meant by policy framework might help this policy, this policy. And then my question is whether perhaps a standing committee for policy alone would be helpful in implementing this strategy.
Jared, so the policy framework is the attachment that's been recommended to be adopted. It sets out sort of why you would do a council policy review. It recommends that a new council look at the council policies within the first 6 months of your mandate and decide whether you want to do a significant review or not. And sort of that sort of lays out what sort of the sort of governance of what this exercise would be, and then also would follow that format. The council policies would follow that format. And then my own recommendation is the committee of the whole is the excellent avenue for all of council to discuss policy matters. And so I think you already have that venue, and that would be the appropriate governance place for council to have these discussions.
Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. So we're basically creating a policy to review our policies, but not just for now, but also for future councils as well. Okay, perfect.
It does sound a little silly to have a policy to review policies, but that sort of sets the framework, as it were, to go forward and not trying to be, too, I know some governments get so encoased in policy, you need a policy to order pencils, not suggesting that at all. But I think that the time is good to have a review of all your council policies, and it's a best practice for a council to do that each council term.
Thank you. I'm sure the purchasing department can have a pencil ordering policy. I appreciate this initiative. It makes our operation more efficient. I think it's really important for us broadly to understand in a slightly broader context that policy is policy, it's not bylaw, and that an awful lot of, the distinction is really, really important. Bylaw does pertain to the operation of our community and our city in a corporate way. This has to do more with what goes on within the city, so it seems pretty clear to me that most policy is probably actually operational and doesn't belong in the really purview of council anyway. So I'm really glad to make that the intention to make that clear and disambiguate from what our responsible really is. So thank you. I definitely support this. Councillor Isakson.
Thank you. One question. You mentioned, some policies make better sense to be operational and outside of council policy. Do you envision there are any bylaws that make more sense as policies? Do you see things going in that direction?
What we'd see as phase 2 of this would be systematic review of the bylaws.
Okay, yeah.
There are certainly some bylaws that are dated. I think some might have even been made on a typewriter or dot matrix printer. Like there's some bylaws that are quite old, and another good practice is that bylaws are reviewed on a regular basis to update, and the same principle. This was a much smaller project than reviewing all the bylaws. And it's a good way to start getting staff thinking about the questions you need to put your mind to when reviewing these types of governance documents. And so that's why the recommendations is to start with council policy.
Councillor Elliott.
I just was going to move the recommendation in the package that Committee of the Whole recommends Council Policy 273 Council Policy Framework be forwarded to a future council meeting for adoption, and that the Committee of the Whole direct staff to bring forward existing council policies in appropriate groupings for review at future Committee of the Whole meetings.
Any further discussion? Being none, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming. Okay, we're on to public clarification. Members of the public may ask questions to clarify items discussed during the meeting for a maximum of 2 minutes. Anybody from the, maybe let's start with Mr. Galinsky. Thank you very much. We appreciate your continued service to our community, Mr. Galinsky. Anyone from the public, from the gallery? Seeing none. Mr. Tate, anybody online? Oh,
Sure.
One right there.
Roger.
Good afternoon, Council and Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I found the presentation by Food Cycle to be quite interesting. I was under the impression that a City Council was not to favor a particular business. Is Council aware that there's a company in BC that produces almost exactly the same product from an outfit called Pella? I think it's called Foodie or something similar to that. And, you know, I heard everybody going, oh boy, let's get this on its way. And I find that, you know, what do we expect next? That Hyundai, Volkswagen, and Tesla should be here saying, here's your electric vehicles at a discount for the city?
Maybe they could repurpose the...
I can't hear you, sir.
Perhaps we are hoping industry will come to this community. However, there was no motion made to direct staff with regard to this presentation. It's quite possible that they will come back to the regional district. So anything that's going to happen here is probably yet to be revealed. So stay tuned, and it's very good to know that there is a BC company offering a similar product. Was it P-E-L-L-A?
I believe that's the name of it. It's just 1 second. Turn to the ubiquitous Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Councillor Isakson?
Doesn't matter.
Pella's Biochemist, P-E-L-A, yes. Yeah. Lomi is the name of the product.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd, and then Councillor Elliott.
I just wanted to be crystal clear that council heard a presentation. That's all that happened. Different councillors made some comments. Council did not make a decision to go ahead with anything. And if they do, that'll be something we debate at a future time. There was no decision made. And I think we need to be careful when we're characterizing what happens at a council meeting. Simply because someone comes and makes a public request doesn't mean that council has made a decision. No decision was made on the composting facility offer that was made tonight.
Councillor Elliott?
Yeah, similar to other folks here, I was happy to hear the presentation. There was an offer for a pilot project made in that presentation. We made no decisions, responses, or directed nothing as a result of that. Questions I had were around the technical, whether it reduced the weight. I wanted to know about that for other reasons. We provided information that the regional district's probably the place to talk about waste reduction pilots and so forth. And so there has been no response from the city or council to a particular business, just that they came and delivered a presentation, which people can do. And if in the future something like that was wanted to be done, a pilot of some sort, I imagine it would go through a rigorous process to get before council, which we have not initiated at this time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, anybody online? We're on the phone. Okay, thank you. In that case, I don't think we need a motion.
We're not adjourning. We're going back into close.
To adjourn into closed. So we are adjourned to go into closed.
The bang.
You know, I did talk about the use of a gavel. Roger? Who?
The mayor.
Oh, he had to go.